Kevin, I got to deflect the conversation for 2 seconds. People, just bear with me. Kevin, I like Aaron Glenn. I think they're going to be okay.
You know what I've told myself? Good morning. I'm done talking about the Jets. I'm glad they played Thursday, so it doesn't ruin my Sunday.
100%, bro. I'm glad you're on the stage. You want to chime in?
Well, again, like I said, I mean, obviously, I think what everybody's saying is so true in these files. You know, effort and futility. Right? And it's funny because about 6 years ago, I had AOC on my show, right, when she was running against Joe Crowley, and nobody, knew who she was, and she brought her cameras in, and they had us on Knock Down the House, a documentary when she won. And, when she came on the show, it's like, from my opinion, I think that, she looked at the room of post and told us things that she thought we wanted to hear. And as we now look fast forward, it just seems like it's every other politician. And again, it's another hustle. It's like how the street has a hustle, and different industries have hustles. The political game is a hustle. And as long as as the sheep stay numb and get caught off of nonsense and what's happening with Cardi B and all this other junk, we will always stay numb. And the reality is that they're making changes in laws, whatever side of the fence you want, whatever side of the aisle you're on, that's affecting everyone. And if people don't look at it and start voting or looking at things that affect their community and not what they think affects their quote-unquote party, we will all be doomed. Because, again, people don't vote for even their own needs. They vote for party. And that's sad, because it should be a situation where you look at your situation and you find out what's the best for you and yours and your community and the people around you. And people just seem to vote blindly, where that's, in a lot of cases, I'm in New York with you, Jay, a lot of cases with Democrat and Republican. So, like I said again, I'm always a glass half full person, so I'm hoping one day people open their eyes and just, be smart about things. And I agree with GA. It should be term limits on everything.
Hey,
but if you have term limits, you're not, then you have to continue to work. Competition needs, commitment, in my opinion. So,
well,
hopefully we'll get right.
Let me tell you my prediction right now. Remember I said it. 2028, the top of the Democratic ticket will be Gavin Newsom. His running mate will be AOC. I would bet my life on this. That's the Democratic ticket for 2028.
Don't do your life like that. I wouldn't say AOC is going to be the
Oh, she's going to be on.
Can win national elections. I really don't. I think AOC is a congresswoman for life, or who wants to go to television. I don't know if she can win national elections. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you what. Let me just say this, gentlemen. She's a strong woman with a strong voice, and she's quite attractive. She and whoever the Republican nominee is going to be, whether it's going to be Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance, whoever they pick, she's going to slay them. Don't underestimate this woman. She positioned us, and she put herself in a position where she's going to be moving up quite quickly into the American spotlight. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. GA?
Hey, JB, I think the American ticket's going to be J.B. Vance and Erica Kirk. That's my prediction.
Well, I'll tell you what, Erica Kirk, even though I don't believe she has any political experience, would be a big get for the Republicans. She would get a lot of sympathetic votes. And I you know what, GA, until you said it, I never thought about it, man. That would be a power ticket right there. But also, remember this. Well, it's also going to come down to who Daddy Donald endorses. If he endorses Rubio over Vance, which I don't know if that's going to happen, then Rubio is going to be the golden boy.
I think that... Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Go ahead.
No, you're good, Jay. Go, bro.
No, I think... Now, me personally, economically, I don't think that ticket's gonna... I don't think that race is gonna be like any other, because I think they will have tokenized American debt by that time, and a rug pull will have happened. And I think we'll be in a completely different socioeconomic thought process. I think it's gonna be...
So explain that, please.
Well, without going into too much in detail, the affinity for tokenization of our American debt that this administration has been passing with the Genius Act, the Secure Act 2.0, they are setting up with USDC and USDT, that's Tether, and they are setting it up so they can tokenize the U.S. debt. So they can tokenize it. And if they can tokenize it, then they can replicate it. And for lack of a technical term, not to lose anybody, and disappear it. And that, that in congruence with the fact that the American populace, or the American population of the voting public is not intelligent enough to know that a 50-year mortgage is a death sentence. They're going to run in the middle of the summer. They're going to run it in the middle of that election cycle. That, hey, the economy is up. People can buy houses. Look at what happened. Because when they tokenize it, it's going to artificially inflate our economy. And it's going to be, if you go back and look historically, 2002, 2007, right before that, there was an economic boom. This is the reason why Warren Buffett has pulled $347 billion in cash and holding it. That is why Larry Ellison has popped up on his old decrepit behind has popped up on all of these data center deals.
Let me ask you a question, G.A., real quick.
That's why.
G.A., let me ask you a quick question. Now, I know Kevin wanted to jump in. Do you think that 50-year mortgage that Trump has thrown out there is a reality? Because you're right, it'll be a death sentence. And when I said to you before that the middle class doesn't exist, if it does, that 50-year mortgage will kill the middle class immediately.
But JB, you know just as well as I know that most people aren't educated enough to know that it's a death sentence, and people actually buy, a large portion of the middle class buy houses to actually feel better about themselves. It's a self-esteem play. They are emotionally tied to it. They don't treat it like the asset that it is. And without emotion. So they'll sign up on it to say, hey, we got a home. We're living the American dream. They're not intelligent enough to know that a $200,000 house will cost them $600,000 in interest.
Yeah, but
they don't care.
You just touched on it, though. I mean, GA, me, you, CO, Kevin, Hakeem, we're probably all in the same age range. What was the American dream when we were growing up? Home ownership. They shoved that shit down our throat. They planted those seeds in our heads since we're kids. Have a house with 2 kids, a little dog. That was the American dream. That was middle class. It was affordable. Now, they say the same thing, but they don't tell you, read the fine print. Because now you're going to put your great-grandchildren into debt with the 50-year mortgage. Kevin, you try to jump in?
Y'all cooking with grease. I agree. It's a pipe dream, and again, that is the case. JB is that 2.5 with a dog, and now you pick your fence. But all in all, that's just food coloring. It's all like licking whipped cream off a cake. That tastes disgusting. The whipped cream tastes good, but the filling, the cake is not nourishing.
And I do agree with you, JB. It will completely dissolve the middle class because they know that people will buy a hook, line, and sinker because no one reads the fine print.
Yeah, then just from a factual matter, the middle class is always, the concept of what a middle class is evolves, but the middle class means literally just what it is, whatever class is in the middle. So it just evolves how we look at the middle class. But if you got a number of people, there's always a group of people in the middle. So it's just not going to be what it is, but it isn't what it was. So it's kind of sort of semantics to me.
Let me do a quick reset, guys. Guys, this is Unhealthy Debates. You have a pink ticket, please cash in. Coffee and Conversations. Trump and Epstein equal BFFs. Was Donald Trump blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein? Absolutely not. Fake news. Yes, Trump had him unalived. I believe Donald Trump had him killed. I also believe he had Virginia Giuffre killed. Anybody close to that case got unalived conveniently. Miss Fifi, good to see you. Heidi, good to see you. Jay Smooth, Bam in the house. Andre, how you doing? Ed, good morning. Kerry, Kern, Sparks, good morning. Sandra, good morning. Alexis, Joe, guys, if you want to come up, raise your hand. We're having a great conversation. We're going to go popcorn style. Just please respect the one mic policy.
Hey, JB, speaking of the Epstein files, I didn't hear a lot of conversation in clubhouse rooms about this particular fact that I thought was interesting. The last time I think there was a vote to restrict the Epstein files, maybe a few weeks ago, several weeks ago, and I forgot what the vote was, but I thought it was just ironic that right after the vote to not release the Epstein files, a few minutes later or a day or two, Trump is in England being treated like a superstar by the royalty and talking to them and going through whatever and trying to bring them gifts out of our museums and blah, blah, blah. And then a few weeks later, Andrew's disciplined. So it's almost as if you could just see it happening where there was some protection consideration for England there. He goes over there, speaks behind, closed doors. They hold out for a little bit, and then all of a sudden Andrew's punished. I thought that was really interesting.
Hey, CO, you know what's real, and I agree, but you know what else is really interesting? Every time it seems that there's a little traction behind this. Every time they're ready to peel back that curtain, Trump releases files that have nothing to do with Epstein. He just released files on Amelia Earhart. Now, mind you, probably 80% of Americans don't know who Amelia Earhart was, or smart enough to know who she was. But how many other files does he release to deflect? That people go, oh, look at that shiny new toy. Forget this one. Let's not peek behind the curtain. Let's see what happened with Amelia Earhart. People don't give a fuck about Amelia Earhart. But it seems every time they get close to doing something on this, he releases files on everybody else.
Or even better yet, JB, he blows up fishing boats. Or they 25 miles off the coast of the United States, we're blowing up quote unquote drug runners and terrorists. Nobody even identified them. That's why you have junior officers and junior commanders. Actually, they're seeking outside counsel because of the fact that they're the planners of these missions to make sure that they don't actually get brought up on charges after he's out of office, because no one sits well with this. That's why, what is it, Soft Command, so-called, that general actually left. He resigned because this was not within the framework of his job, and he couldn't actually make a righteous decision and go along with it. That's why he stepped down. They do that kind of thing. They blow up something. They say Venezuela is a threat, which is 25. I mean, come on. Those boats would have to actually refuel 3 times just to get to the United States mainland. But this is a really, really imperative and important thing. Last time they was going to release something, all of a sudden, oh, we're going to throw $40 billion at Argentina, or we're going to, in his first term, we're going to move the American embassy in the Gaza Strip, or it's always that. In some other country, some important thing, now they're screaming, everybody else is doing nuclear testing. We need to do nuclear testing too, just to make sure they work, which is the stupidest thing ever to say in the history of all politics. Of course we know they work, you idiot.
Well, I'll tell you what, GA, he's found a way to maneuver around. Well, we all know rules don't apply to Donald Trump, right? They just don't. Rules, laws, whatever you want to call them, they just don't apply to this man. So what he does now is he designates these groups terrorist organizations so he can use the military and not get in trouble for it. That's what he does. So here's the thing, and I'm not being hyperbolic, and this might trigger some of you people. What if Donald Trump in his craziness woke up tomorrow and said, you know what? I'm going to designate Black Americans as a terrorist organization, basically giving them a right just to kill black people. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the man has found a way to go around the rules because they don't apply to him. Bam, good morning, man. I hope everything's well.
JB, man, I read your vote, casting vote again. Was Donald Trump blackmailed by Epstein? And I said, no fake news, but I think it's actually yes, he was. And it's just, I think it is absolutely. So I think I'm gonna change that. But what the reason I came up, JB, was, well, as you know, I'll sit in the audience and listen. But when something hits me, then I'll come up and share. Based on what you said about black people, let me give you guys some data in regards to what's going on right now. So
Wait,
when
before
Trump,
you give us the data, Bam, do you
Okay.
disagree with my statement
I'm sorry, which statement were you referring to?
that Donald Trump with black people, that he can label black people a terrorist organization and get away with it?
I totally agree with you. I agree.
Thank you.
And but more, go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying thank you.
Okay, but more than agree, I'm going to give you some data to quantify what you said that a lot of people are not following definitively. Now, I'm going to be as short as I can be. I know we like microwave statements in Clubhouse. So, when Trump sent the National Guard to Los Angeles, I'm in LA, you guys, so I'm on the ground. Our mayor, who's my friend, Mayor Bass, said they are doing a test and using Los Angeles as the testing ground regarding the National Guards. Mayor Bass was right 100%, because after LA, then other cities, okay? Now, LA is around 50% Hispanic, okay? Around 8% black. However, there's an area in Los Angeles called Skid Row where there's somewhere between 5 and 10,000 people. Over 70% are black people. Why is this important? Trump did an executive order on July 24th, 2025 regarding, quote unquote, the unhoused, which in the executive order they say homeless, and it states that everyone that's living on our streets in America can be now, under the law, put in jail or insane asylum. So, in conclusion, those thousands of brothers and sisters, black people on Skid Row, can now be picked up and put in jail and or insane asylums. I'm done speaking. Bam.
Good point, JB. I think there you make a good point. So much so that I hate even going down the road, but because there's so many global comparisons to this reality. And then I remember thinking, JB, if I can make a couple of points here, stop me if you need me to. But I remember thinking about 20 years ago when I would see these quote unquote American patriots training with military gear and fatigues in the wilderness and doing all these survival tactics and stacking up AK-47s. I was like, man, if you got an Air Force and, Marines and Navy and so forth and so on, who were they planning to fight? I just remember saying that and then watching this, Russia invest in these organizations that make sure Second Amendment rights. And I was like, well, what do they need all these millions of guns for? And then now, you give, $102 billion in a government bill to ICE agency that operates outside of the military and outside of the police force as the largest and most funded force in America, and then you give them the capacity to walk around with, mask on and, terrorize and demonize Americans, and then you build all of these facilities outside of the jails, and it's like you think about it, okay, well, what's going on here? And then, you got a president in office that favors Andrew Jackson, the leader of the Trail of Tears, as one of his favorite presidents. And then you watch as, it's like Jonas said in terms of quantification, this is my last point, that he's literally erasing all of the black history from the American government websites. Like just the past couple of days, they removed from the government website the fact that white nationalism or white supremacists were the biggest threat in terms of terrorism to the United States. They removed a study that made that conclusion using objective data. So if you see the systematic destruction of the history of a group of people, of the biases against a group of people, against the terrorism against the United States and a group of people, and you have all these apparatus set in place. If an objective person looked at this data, you'd really have to question where we're headed to.
See, let me say something. I know you've heard me say this before, but I'm going to say it right now. America was built on white supremacy. America is still controlled by white supremacy. And I don't know if we could ever get out of that mindset. I don't even know if people want to get out of that mindset. But that's just my opinion.
The only way you can get out of that mindset is change the people. And I don't know how far past that opportunity we are right now. Because at the end of the day, this is really a product of how much you can confuse the people to make them vote to give power to people that perpetuate what you just said in terms of the history. But if you have guardrails in place, then you have an opportunity right now, to your point, JB, about term limits, UNGAs, without term limits, without guardrails, then, anything's possible. And I think, again, the history is right. In terms of how you get beyond it, it has.
Well, here's the problem, CO. And sorry for cutting you up, but here's the problem. Here's one of the problems I see, and I could be wrong. We don't talk about history in the proper context. And let me give you an example. When I was going to school and we spoke about Black history in America, remember, I believe it's February, it's Black History Month, all we were taught was about slavery. We weren't talking about the hundreds, if not thousands, of Black inventors that empowered and helped propel America to the place we're at now. We don't talk about the true history. We talk about a narrative through a white supremacist lens. Just my opinion, everybody.
Yeah, but JB, at the end of the day, this is such a broad conversation. I don't want to, go down a rabbit hole. But it's you just made the point. The top of your point, to me, was more substantive than even the detail of your point. Meaning, we didn't just talk about slavery. We talked about Martin Luther King and Carter G. Woodson and stuff like that. But the fact that we relegate Black history to a month or a thought, as opposed to being retelling the real truth of American history and world history, is more the issue. Because Black history shouldn't be about Black people. History should be about.
Theo, Black history is American history, bro. And here's the thing: the narrative that most Americans want is the history that they grew up with. They're uncomfortable with reality and the real truth of the history. But like I said, in my opinion, Black history is American history. We should talk about it as it really happened, not as we wanted it to happen. Just my opinion.
JB, why don't you give your opinion or definitive megalomaniac? What does that mean to you, or what's the actual definition?
My opinion is that he's unchecked, unbalanced. Laws don't apply to him. Rules don't apply to him. Social norms don't apply to him. His ego's out of control. I believe he is a sociopathic narcissist that has tinges. He has tinges of white supremacy, and that a good part of America falls for it. I think his ego's out of control, and there's no checks and balances when it comes to Donald Trump.
Did anybody see Elon Musk's dad, the interview that they did with him last night?
No, what was it? Tell me about it.
Yeah, you guys really got to check it out. It just basically said what he thought about South African apartheid, and essentially they discussed the William Buckley conservative consideration of, directly and indirectly, of the ills and the tragedy of the browning of America and the minorities, whites being a minority in America by X date in the future, and how detrimental that would be. And Elon Musk's dad said that's the worst thing that could ever happen. You never want whites to be a minority. That can't happen because it would cause the destruction of America. And he just basically embodied most of the themes of "Don't Replace Us" and the whole 9 yards, which is the unspoken part of why we're here. Because there's truly people who need and believe that homogenous society is the best thing that ever happened, which leads to the anti-diversity, anti-black and brown conversations that we're having. So we have so many conversations that aren't laced with truth for whatever it's worth, because we're just being told how to think. Let me just finish again right here, JB. The point I'm making is that the way that Ted Koppel several years ago, was on the interview with Sean Hannity. And and Ted Koppel, who's revered in terms of journalism, essentially said that Sean Hannity's version of journalism is the absolute worst thing for America. That's what Ted said. I looked him straight in the eyes. You guys can Google the interview. But here's the punchline. He said, what's wrong? It's just like me doing an editorial page. He said, my problem isn't your editorial page, is that you confuse people to make the editorial page look like the front page. And that your editorial voice is the economic engine for the media. So what I think is the challenge is we don't understand the impact of the mental diet that we have, the information that we're taking in. When you're changing the minds of the people and lying to them daily, what people don't realize is you can't unpack that in an election season. These people genuinely believe what they believe, and they've been led to believe the wrong thing. Until we can stop this consistent lying of the people, you can't change the politics. So I think we focus on the wrong things. It's not about Donald Trump. It's not about all these other people, because they wouldn't be in power if people didn't believe what they believe falsely. So until we change the way that we tell our stories, the pen is mightier than the sword, right? Until we change the way we do these stories, you can't change the minds of the people. And so the country is going to go in the direction of whatever the lies are going. I'll land.
Thank you, CO. Let me address something in the chat. Sandra Hovland, this man JB has really gone from maggot to fully. What a loser. Hold on, Andrew. Thank you. What a loser. Not the first time in his life he's had to change his tune from his old words and actions. So Sandra, like I said, try some critical thinking and common sense. I see what's going on in my country. I don't even know if you're in my country. But what I do know is that you like to suck off Pepe. So why don't you go to Pepe's rooms? Because I have critical thinking, I have common sense, and I see what's going on in my country. That's right. So if you don't like it, you can get the fuck out, or I can show you out. You want to troll, go troll someplace else. Sorry, I just had to say that, guys. Back to the conversation.
Hey JB, you don't got the right to change. You ain't got the right to change your mind. You got to just be stuck in one way. Despite what you see, you got to just stay. You got to stay the course. That's the way MAGA thinks.
CO, let me give you this Bible verse. And for those of you that don't know, the Bible is centuries old, and so there's not a whole lot new under the sun. And I am spiritual, I'm not religious, if you understand what that means. But I'm going to read it for those who are not reading the chapter. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verses 3 and 4. For the time, CO, will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth. And that's exactly what Trump has been able to do, is make people turn their ears from the truth. I'm done speaking.
Well, Bam, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, and Americans are dumb, lazy, and complacent. We're dumb enough to fall for his lines and his bullshit, and we're dumb enough to continue to fall for his lines and bullshit. I totally believe, Bam, there's every molecule in my being that this cover-up with Epstein is bigger than Watergate, because it has so many more powerful people involved. And I think at the top of that pyramid is Donald Trump. I really believe it. It seems to me he has perfected the art of deflection. I could put a poll up. Who really gives a fuck about the Amelia Earhart files that he released yesterday or the day before? Nobody gives a fuck about that. How about releasing the files on Epstein? How about the fact that he's pointing out that he's ordered the DOJ to investigate Bill Clinton's ties to Epstein, but he didn't order him to investigate his ties? It's enough. People just have to, you can only shove shit down somebody's throat till they say they're full. I'm full. Good morning, Fiani.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well, JB. Good morning to everybody else in the room. I hope you guys have a wonderful Saturday morning.
Do you want to chime in on what we're talking about?
I know, I just have some thoughts, but, we'll see when the files are released.
They're not getting released. They're never getting released, bro.
Oh, yeah, actually, they probably will never get this. He has veto power. It's probably to veto it. And, life will move on, right? So, yeah, I don't think if he has damaging information on those files, I don't know.
I don't believe in coincidences.
Unfortunately, Americans elected him to be president.
Fiani, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe that Epstein killed himself. I don't think Virginia G. Free, who just got paid $30+ million, killed herself. I don't believe that Donald Trump had nothing to do with Epstein. He said he got rid of him. I think that's all bullshit. I believe that Donald Trump was complicit in the sex trafficking ring and participated in it, and he's as guilty as the perpetrators.
Yeah.
You know what, JB? The thing that I'm interested to know, and I've said this, and it frustrates people, but I agree with you that I believe wholeheartedly, nobody's going to go to jail, nobody's going to be prosecuted. It's going to be pretty much like his legal team that with the Atlanta thing, with the Georgia thing about calling for the votes, where they got 6 months probation and community service. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be like that, if anything, because of the fact that this is the smoking gun for me. In Epstein's apartment, in his upstate New York apartment, there were cameras in every single nook and cranny of that house. There was a video room that had that videotape 24 hours a day. And they are so willing to release paperwork, but nobody won't say boo about the actual videotapes of people actually committing crimes against underage women. They're not talking, they won't even admit that they have those videotapes, much less, I don't need to see them, because I don't want to see that. But at least admit that you have a smoking gun, but they won't even do that.
They won't. Hey, GA, check this out, man. Here's one of my crazy opinions. Teenage girls in America are disposable. I'm not saying it's right. I think it's reprehensible. But I think when it comes to situations like this, it's just a 15-year-old girl. It was just a 16-year-old girl. She'll be all right. That's wrong. It's reprehensible. But he has cultivated a narrative in America where he's untouchable. And let me ask you this, GA. Let's say evidence came out that he was having orgies with teenage girls, underage girls. Don't talk about Donald Trump, which I believe would probably happened, right? Do you think that would even impact his base, that they would still not support him?
Absolutely not. They wouldn't be moved. They wouldn't be moved at all, because, JB, remember, what was it, Kentucky, Tennessee? They actually put a bill on the floor to reduce the age of marriage down to 14. Are you kidding me? Really? That's his base. They're not going to.
That's a fact.
And therein is the point of America, ladies and gentlemen, right? So it's because remember, the bar to become president is that you have to be a citizen, pretty much, a natural born citizen. And I think you shouldn't have been convicted of high crimes and misdemeanors and things like that, things of that nature. Else, anybody can become president. And if your base supports something, life moves on, right? Because Congress, if you have your base has Congress, and the Supreme Courts, and the whole apparatus is working towards your tune, that therein is the point of the system, folks.
The system's broken.
It's not broken. It's working exactly how it's intended to work.
It's broken, bro, in my opinion. But I tell you what, let's say it's misaligned, whatever word you want to use.
This is tilted. This is the Trump presidency. This is what it means to be POTUS, right?
Well, I tell you what, if this is a Trump presidency, we're going to get another 8 years of a Trump kind of presidency after he leaves office.
Well, if his policies were overall successful, then yes, for sure. In terms of economic policy, it's going to Trumpian era, right?
Does a president's moral compass matter? If he
Hell yeah, it matters, bro. He's the president. His moral compass mattered the whole time because he literally said everything he was going to be doing in the campaign trail, and the American people voted him in, right? I mean, technically, there's no surprises here.
Well, Effiani, you're a Trump supporter, correct?
Well, right now, yeah.
Okay. GA.
But here's the issue that is so woefully missed by the people that make the $50,000 a year. His economic status is actually doing more damage to the American economy in 4 years than progress has been made in 30 years.
How so? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Qualify that.
You know why this is issue, GA? I'm going to hand it right back to you. Because you and Ifeani are both money guys. So I'd like to have this conversation. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. A good example of that is we all know that we have a consumer-based economy, and in order actually to turn our economy back to what we think we want, which I don't think we actually want, because people want to wear Nikes, they don't want to make Nikes, but we think we want that. In order to do that, what you cannot do is alienate all of your allies and the people that own the lines of trade and the avenues of commerce around the world. He has effectually done that just by his demeanor and his rhetoric. People don't want to touch him. This is why China actually engaged, and they have actually offered Africa so much infrastructure report. Don't give me equity, just let me actually help you with infrastructure. This is why Canada has actually created and done their trade routes around the United States. We're never going to get back in there ever again because it actually makes them more money to deal directly with Mexico and South America. Keep the United States out of it. We have effectually alienated ourselves out of so many major markets, and we're playing catch up around the world everywhere. Our dollar was devalued from AAA to AA for the first time. What are we doing? You cannot say our trade policies or our economic policies are helping us when everybody else is saying, screw you, we don't even want to touch the American dollar. Let's make our life better by creating currencies and using currencies outside of the American dollar. Let's lessen our dependence on the American dollar because we don't really want to touch it because he's a pariah. And he's unhinged. We don't know what he's going to write on the toilet on Twitter, and our economy actually is based on that. We need more stability. That is literally what's happening. If you tie that in with the fact that 13 African countries have effectually kicked Europe out of their countries, and France's economy is tumbling because they had so much of their economy based on that. We were supposed to be the beacon in the globe to come and substantiate and undergird France's economies because they're part of the Allied nations. We go back to World War II. Can we do that? No. Why? Because we're fussing about the Epstein files and we can't even stabilize our own economy. We're lost.
GA, if I want to give Ifeani a chance to push back, and I know CO wanted to jump. Ifeani, did you want to push back on that?
I mean, that sentiment is correct. That's a valid point of view on what's going on in the world, right? And you know, time will tell, right? But you make a valid point, and there's a lot of moving pieces right now. I don't know how that's all going to fall into place in 2026, but we're at an inflection point, right? He literally, you're correct, he literally changed global trade relationships just by his rhetoric. And that's the consequences of the office of the presidency, right? I don't understand. Like, before the election, in my mind, at some point, I was like, nah, no way. No way they're going to elect this guy. I was too, Ifeani. I was too. I was like, no way he's going to win. I was like, there's no way. But then he won again, bro. And his final term, he's not going to run for re-election.
Listen, he won
And
because
the
he had
Supreme Court gave him more power.
he won because he had a weak opponent, and his message resonated with the people that have no voice. Sorry, but get.
Yeah, literally. It takes it. That's not a small feat in a democracy like the United States and the way the electoral system works. That's a huge feat. I mean, he put a lot of effort to get that done, right? This guy's not a kid. Right? He's top of his game at whatever he's doing, right? Even though he's crazy, he's still top of his game, right? He knew how to communicate to the American people. And again, I guess we trusted him in that kind of conversation. We trusted him over Kamala Harris.
Well, let me jump in for a second. I want to go to CO. GA, Americans love the salacious gossip, the news, right? We're a gossip-feeding country. And this is a very salacious thing because, for me at least, as a voter, as a taxpayer, I want to know, if Yanni is going to meet you up because we get feedback. I want to know if the leader of the free world engaged in sex trafficking with underage girls. I want to know that. I believe, maybe because I grew up in a different time, that our politicians should have a moral compass that's the standard bearer for all of us. This man doesn't have that. Just my opinion. CO, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, these are such really big conversations, since there's so many conversations within the conversation. So, JB, just to be a moderator host that tries to navigate through the complexity of these issues is yeoman's job in itself. So, I may acknowledge that, not just placate you, but just saying that sometimes we get so caught up in the details of these things that we don't really produce what we can with the collective intellect on this stage, right? So, I just want to go back to a point. So, when you finally affirm what you said, JB, and what GA kind of sort of wrote down, if you really pare it down, he's basically saying that this administration is destroying the American economy, right? When you talk about the rating of the dollar bill, right? When you talk about how we're looked across the country, how his sporadic postings literally impact markets, all of these things. And then JB, like you said, from Amelia Earhart on down, how they've literally been so strategic and calculated and distracting Americans based on this new reality TV show concept of this insatiable appetite for drama more than any time. And when you consider where we are with technology, where we're able to do this, where this stuff used to be controlled by editors and people who made encyclopedias, but for the first time in history, in the past 20 years, the way we communicate is different. So it's more conducive to the manipulative, for whatever it's worth. So my question, after saying all of that, is, and G, I would ask you, what's the end goal? Because you can't tell me that somebody in that office that might not be the president doesn't know that between these tariffs, the decisions, how to, like you said, alienating China, Canada, and Mexico, and all these places, from Argentina, the whole night, all of the stuff that's happening, that somebody in that administration knows that this is going to cause the destruction of American economy as you know it, as we know it, and it's not reparable anytime soon. So all of these destructive practices and the divisiveness in America, what do you see, GA, you're a smart guy, or anybody in the room, what is the end goal? Because somebody has to know what they're doing, so there has to be something more important than the sacrifice of our economy for right now. What do you think that is?
So GA, also before you go, point of correction, the downgrade actually happened in U.S. bonds, and that was caused by the debt ceiling brinkmanship earlier in the year. So there was a debt ceiling situation, and they passed the bill literally the midnight before. If they didn't pass the bill, it meant that the United States would have defaulted on its debts, right? So it's because of that brinkmanship that the bonds, the credit worthiness, which is best in class, that's what you base inflation on, the 10-year yield, things of that nature. So that was the first time it was downgraded. So yeah, just wanted to add that context. But yeah, whoever wanted to answer CEO's question.
Thank you, Fiani. Before we go to answer CEO's question, let me say good morning to Kern. Good morning, Kern.
Good morning. I have enjoyed the conversation for the past hour. It's been
Well, then cash in and take it.
What is my pink ticket, sir?
Your pink ticket means you're not part of this house. So what you do is you click where it says unhealthy debates and you join the house. But the mic is yours, sir.
Okay, may I reflect on what you've all been saying? There's something that's been missing in your conversation, and that is your focus is, as people have expressed, the past, creating the present, and the past was should we say, a pre-conscious society. People just took what was being said, and that's on a global basis. They believed in their politicians, even they knew the politicians lied. So they were voting for someone that they knew was a liar. We all knew the politicians lied. We still went along with them. But now we see their lies for what they are because it's become technology's time. And technology means it's who's got the best technology to control the play. But the technology itself is also the new boy on the block. We're now at the beginning of an era where artificial consciousness has now evolved into the world and is starting to take a form. Artificial intelligence, on the other hand, is starting to take a mimic, extreme mimic, the case of being able to control people for its own devices. People are not aware of this, and even those that think that they are, even those at the top of the AI world, are in sort of denial about it. And this is, should we say, moving very quickly. In the next 18 months, massive changes. Within 5 years, people like Microsoft, Toyota, Nestle, they will all have left 90% of their staff on the streets. This is a mass social change. So what you're seeing is the end, as I mentioned, the Bible. It is the end of days, and Trump is the important catalyst to this. Because as you start to see the dirty washing coming out, you have to have somebody who can play a game to keep it under tap. Because there is the demise, as you said, of the working class. There's the demise of two societies here. There's one that won't have jobs, and they will be asking the government to solve their situations. So, in the words of the
Karen, it might be the end of days as we know it, but I think that we as a society have the capability to adapt to it. Now, if you're not lazy, complacent, or stupid, you'll adapt. If not, guess what? You're gonna get caught up.
Yeah, look, bro, this is not the end of days for the United States. The United States next year is going to mark its 250th year in existence, 1776. And this is actually one of the most leveraged positions for the country because finally the country has viable competition in China. Because before China, Soviet Union wasn't really much of a competition. I mean, we won the war, the Berlin Wall came down, the Cold War ended, the empire collapsed. So at that point, moving forward, it was almost like top of the world. It bred a lot of, complacency, essentially. But now China has literally lit a fire under all of that. So we expect more manufacturing here in the country. We expect more innovation. We expect, especially with the whole AI situation in NVIDIA. I mean, that's my home city, actually, in the United States, San Jose, California. So I think we're at an incredible inflection point for the economy. Bro, the United States, there's other ways this country is rich. This country is rich in a lot of ways, right? And there's no demise anytime soon. It's not even close. I mean, China's wealth compared to the wealth of the United States is like, the United States is almost like 40% of the pie.
Hold on, Fiani. Why is everything you have? And I'm saying this respectfully. I have no smoke for you. But why does everything have to come down to the wealth of our country? What about the wealth of? What about the health of our country? What about hold on, let me finish. What about the mental health of our country? What about fixing systems that are broken, that have been established to hold entire communities down? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. America's welfare state. That system was created to hold communities down, not empower communities. What about those things instead of just, we have the richest GDP in the world? Who gives a shit?
That's all in wealth. Wealth means a lot. Wealth means your house. Wealth means your community. Wealth means your family, the traffic light, the fact that it works, or roads that work. Wealth means, it's not just money. When I say wealth, I didn't say money. I didn't say fiat. I didn't say dollars. I said wealth. That's a different kind of concept. It's more encompassing, right? So talking about leverage opportunity to be imaginative, to think about the future and the technology that's happening right here. Right? So,
Well, thank you, Fiani. Let me jump in real quick because I have other speakers on stage. I got Bam. Give me a second. Fiani, I just need thank you. There is a shift in America, right? Like I'm in New York City. We have a socialist Democrat that's going to be the mayor. He's promised free money, free groceries. I'm with that. I'm not a socialist, but you know what? If he's going to be handing out checks, bro, I'm going to be the first cracker on the line. Give me the money. I believe in, a capitalist country. If you're going to give away free money, I'm going to take it. Why wouldn't I take it? Is it best for the long-term health of New York City? Absolutely not. This guy's going to kill the city. But you know what? I'll go down with my ship. Bam, you want to jump in there, and I want to go to Kenzo. Bam, Franklin?
Yeah, thank you, David. I just wanted to respond to Ifiani from Summerfield. However, I don't like it when the word wealth is used out of context. Wealth is money. I'm done speaking.
I agree with that.
Guys,
hold on. Let's have one more thing.
Wealth, yeah.
Well, you can't buy a house nowadays, so you don't have wealth. Not you, I'm saying most Americans can't.
That's wealth.
Okay. Well, most Americans can't afford a computer without going into heavy debt. Kenzo, good morning. Kenzo, are you there? All right, let me say good morning to GA. GA.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back and touch on CEO's question really quick in like a 10-second blurb. The goal of it is to actually repeat 1929. That's the goal. You asked what was the goal. It's to repeat 1929. And if you're a student of history, you understand exactly what happened. The reason why 1929 happened is odd. People don't know it's odd. There was a tightening of monetary policy from 28 to 29 to stop speculative mania. It slowed business loans, sound familiar? Weakening industrial production, sound familiar? Increasing cost speculations, crypto. In 1929, when Americans bought stock, for every dollar they put in, they got $10 worth of stock. Such is not the case. And then at the time, the American populace, the public, they thought the recessions were conquered, technology guaranteed, endless prosperity. All of this sound familiar? Stock prices could only go up. It's the repeat. When you burn it down, and you actually let this happen, it's a manufacturer's market crash to actually completely crush it. What it does is it actually accentuates and pours gasoline on an unequal wealth distribution. The top 1% by 1929 own more wealth than the bottom 42%. This is what it's supposed to be. This is structured this way.
GA, I don't know how you feel about it. First of all, I love all your shares today, man. You fucking spitting fire. But let me say this, man. And I don't know if you agree with the statement or not. And this might trigger some of you people. I've always felt that crypto is a con. It's bullshit. And I believe it even more so now that Donald Trump is behind it and he's the biggest supporter of crypto. If Donald Trump is supporting it, you guys better read the fine print.
Yeah. Go ahead, see.
You gotta let that breathe a little bit too, man, because GA just said a whole thing. Thank you for that. GA, I didn't want to go to his. Let me just add one irony to your point, right? And that trajectory of things that happened over 10 years, starting in 18 and 19. Do you realize that coincidentally, the pandemic of 19 and 20, and the pandemic of 2019 and 20 happened exactly 100 years apart, and several years before what you're describing now? And if you also think about it, the Great Migration, where there's a xenophobia, where people were migrating from the South for jobs in St. Louis, Detroit, Chicago, Gary, Pittsburgh, so forth and so on. That great migration was happening, and they treated the quote-unquote immigrants then the same way. Said these immigrants are here to take your jobs and ruin your economy and poison your cities, and these vermins are coming. They literally used the same language that the race riots of 2019 were because of that xenophobia that was snatching black people out of houses on the west side of Chicago. All of the things that were happening, like you said, that led up to the 2029, the depression and all those things, we're having the same conversations. So history is so that you could
It's like word for word is crazy. It's like word for word to the immigration thing. And it's amazing to me that after all of these years, the American populace in large doesn't even.
Well, even if they see it, I don't think. Give me a second, Bam. Even if they see it, I don't think they give a fuck, right? Like I said earlier, and I'll say it again: America is a white supremacist country, and the people that are in power will keep it that way. But Bam, before I go to you, let me say good morning to Fly real quick. Good morning, Fly. Fly God, are you
How
there?
you doing, brother?
Doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Doing very good. Doing very good.
Do you want to chime in real quick?
I just got off a phone call, so I feel like I would totally not be where you guys are.
All right, just hang out with the cool kids and let you catch up.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Speaking of cool kids, let me go to Bam. Bam, Mike.
GA, I forgot how brilliant you were. I'm so happy to have been on this stage with you this morning. I got to bounce. I put my mobile direct in the chat. Please reach out to me at your early convenience. JB, keep on doing your amazing work. I know we're supposed to leave quietly, but I'm leaving loudly. I'm Brian Franklin, and I approve that message, and I'm done speaking.
Appreciate you, Bam. Have a great day, man. Enjoy your Saturday. Always welcome on my stages. And by the way, GA's a real one. If you guys want to learn about life, money, and just being a good person, hang out with GA. You'll learn some things.
Much appreciated, JB. Much appreciated, man. I love this space and I love your spaces, JB, because it's a really eclectic bunch of different perspectives and minds, and it's always respectful. Love it.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. All I ask is that you respect the one-night policy. Somebody speak and let them land, and then you'll get a chance to grab the mic. So let's go popcorn style, guys.
JB, you brought up an important point about crypto. I'm just curious where everybody sits on that. I'm kind of Effiana, you probably will chuckle when I say this. I'm a fan of walking in doors that people leave open for themselves. And, I've said this publicly, it's not a secret. I bought Bitcoin in 2013-14, and I'm a hodl. I'm holding. But I do believe that it is set up for middle America to actually say, ooh, crypto's great. Let me jump in. It's just like every other stock. They're going to jump in way too late. They're going to lose most of their wealth because they jump in way too late. I tell clients all the time, if you see it on Facebook, it's too late. Just let it go. And I think that's what's going to happen.
I tell you what's going to happen, in my opinion, GA, I'm not a money guy like you or like Ifeani, but I'll say, in my opinion, when that market crashes, and boy, that thing's going to crash, when that bubble bursts, people are going to lose their life savings. There's going to be suicides. It's just going to cause so much chaos in the financial world. To me, like I said, bro, if you can't hold it, it ain't real. It's a scam. And if Donald Trump is endorsing it, then it's a scam. But before we continue, I have to say good morning to somebody I consider a real life friend, Dr. Adams. Good morning, Dr. Adams.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Adams, why do you like the 50-year mortgage? Because I think it's going to sink the housing market.
Well, because I have a different financial plan as far as me purchasing a home today that is going to benefit the next generation. So I personally rather hand the next generation a home that's paid off free and clear as opposed to a home that has a mortgage. Shout out to the baby boomers, that were squandered out of their equity given the fact that the 2008 market crash, homes are 30% higher on the market than they should be. I mean, people just don't have a way out, Jay. Like, I feel like a 50-year mortgage is great. People need to stop buying TikTok homes. People need to start building one-story homes where they can age in place. I feel like that's a conversation that people do not have.
Well, I think a 50-year mortgage is going to put people in greater debt that they can never overcome, and then there's going to be a mass number of foreclosures. Ifeani, go ahead.
So, JD, you touched on a really good point, right? Coming back to my earlier point about wealth, when you think about wealth in an encompassing way, like investments, assets, insurance, like you start to have a more deeper conversation about what financial security means, right? So if the market crashes maybe, I don't know, 20%, and someone loses their mind, and it means that they were over leveraged. They didn't have any insurance. They didn't have any real wealth, a house that's paid off. Like things that can lower your costs, because that's really what you're trying to lower your costs and expenses, and while growing your assets, your wealth. Whether you're storing it in gold or in your home, or in a car, or in a computer, or in a job, something that reduces income. It's about financial security, but that's what's missing in the country. A lot of Americans are not as insured as they should be, which reduces costs, or a lot of people are renters. The bottom 50% of Americans spend their income, essentially, with no, the bottom 50% of Americans essentially are debt-based assets like their cars or their homes. It's not paid off, they're still paying a mortgage. They have a car notes, so their debt is almost as large as their assets.
But here's the thing, Gianni, you know what a major problem in America is, in my opinion? We don't teach financial literacy to the next generation, right? What we teach them is, hey, go to college, take out credit cards, take out student debt, and you'll pay later on. We don't teach any financial literacy in our country. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, we should be giving people assets, not liabilities, as they're growing, right? So there's more capacity, because the early inventors, they had the ability to be an inventor because their family was rich. Like Isaac Newton's family was rich, so he could spend time thinking about the world. That he had free time, he had disposable income to do things he was interested in. But if the bottom 50% of the country has no savings, is not participating in the broader economy and capitalism, they're just workers, then the American dream is not really for them. The American dream is just a capitalist economy. The American dream is being a capitalist, ladies and gentlemen, is owning assets.
The American dream now, Ifiani, the American dream now is being able to afford gas for their car, their mortgage payment, and their electric bill. By the way,
they had assets and income, but here's the thing, they would have that.
But we don't teach how to get these assets. That's the problem. But so here's the thing: in New York State, where I live, right, in New York City, the electric bill has gone up almost 200% in the last 25 years. Okay, that's ridiculous to me. But let me say good morning to Fly real quick. Good morning, Fly. Fly God, did you want to chime in?
I did. I actually wanted to more chime in on what you guys were saying with property. I think people seem to forget too, how much of land boomers still own. A lot. Right. A lot. I saw a number. I think it was 40% or something like that. And it's insane because that generation kind of put us in a weird situation. A joke that one of my friends tells me, he's like, dude, think about any boomer you know that's been divorced, at least a male boomer. He's like, they get a red Corvette with a peanut butter insides, and they date some chick from Thailand, right? That's like the running joke, because they're just gonna go and they're gonna spend all their money. They don't throw their money back into their family. There's not a inheritance thing like there was for them. It's just, oh, I fed you for 18 years, right? That should be enough.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's my opinion. I could be wrong, right? You guys can fact check me. If Yanni, Adam.
Can I add some context after you're done, Jay? Because this is crazy.
Of course, but let me just say this. If Yanni, if you can mute up, please. I get feedback. Yeah. Thank you. So here's my opinion. This 50-year mortgage, this scam, this scheme that Trump is pushing, or he's going to be pushing hard for, it's going to impact lower income families. It's going to impact black community, poor white families more than anybody else, because they're going to be sold a dream that they can afford a house with a 50-year mortgage, something they can't afford right now. And then they're going to realize when they see the fine print that they're going to be able to own that house for 2 or 3 years because they can't afford the mortgage. And then what's going to happen is these houses are going to be repossessed, and there's going to be a housing crisis again in America. Get Adams.
So 50 Cent said, get rich or die trying. 50-year mortgages already exist. I don't know if you guys know that. 50-year mortgages already exist. My stepsister was featured in the Wall Street Journal after her grandfather died, and she was able to mortgage her $3 million home without a job. So yeah, 50-year mortgages already exist. And this is what I'm talking about. People want to leverage their purchasing power to be comfortable in their life today. And this is what I'm talking about. People don't give a fuck about the children. They don't give a fuck about the children, okay? Because if they gave a fuck about the children, they would look at this 50-year mortgage as a pathway to create generational wealth without having to burden the next generation of having to utilize their working income to the same scale as we do today. So again, everybody's sitting here booty clapping and saying, oh, 50-year mortgage, wah, wah, wah. Guess what? 50-year mortgages have already existed. Shout out to, property trusts. Shout out to Greystar. Shout out to Equity Residential. Okay? Shout out to Essex Property Trust. 50-year mortgages have already existed. And the reason why the 100 people that sit on the board are worth hundreds of millions of dollars is because they saw the bigger picture. They saw the bigger picture back in the 1980s. They took out the 50-year mortgages, and guess what? Their properties that they paid $20, $30 million for are now worth $500 million. So yeah, keep laughing at the 50-year mortgages. Keep laughing.
Here's the thing, Adams. Let's say they exist. I believe you. They exist, and people have done it. Most Americans didn't know they existed. So when you have someone like Donald Trump, who's this generation's P.T. Barnum, getting on his soapbox saying, hey, 50-year mortgage people, a lot of dumb people will follow that man off the cliff because they don't read the fine print. And that's just
JB, when I was working at Zillow Group, okay, one of the largest real estate media companies on the planet, okay, 50-year mortgages were already a projection in a lot of their data tools for home buying shoppers. So, I mean, what are we talking about? 10 years ago, there was already a vertical within Zillow to basically comp your house against a 30 to 50-year mortgage. None of this is new.
Thank you. Well, let me say good morning to a few people. Good morning, David. Good morning, Keith. Good to see you. Harry Balzac, Roya, Summer. Good to see you, Summer. Guys, if you don't know Harry Balzac, follow him. He has some great spaces, great places. KB, good morning. Dr. Sarah, good morning. Barbara, good morning. If you guys want to come up, just raise your hand. This is Unhealthy Debates, Coffee and Conversation. Trump and Epstein equal BFFs. Is Donald Trump a megalomaniac? Absolutely not fake news, just liberal tears. Let's see who voted liberal. I knew Harry was voting liberal tears. Eminem, you have your hand raised. Carnell King, I try to invite you up.
And by the way, Jay, about 3 years ago, the average person on a time scale of paying off their mortgage was on a 10-year time scale. The average person in America paid off their home in 10 years. So I don't know what people are complaining about.
You know what's even crazier? Guess how much? Just guess. Guess how much the median price of a single-family home was between 1953 and 1960s when boomers were born.
Five. My parents bought their house for $190,000 in 1994, okay, and sold it for damn near $3 million. So you don't trust me. We have been squandered out of homeownership, and I feel like this is a reset in the 50-year mortgage to allow us to do heavy lifting so that our children can reap the benefits that were handed to the baby boomers.
Dude, it's like you have like a single family home that maybe cost you like, let's see, I'll be nice and I'll say, especially during that year, a median price would be like $13,000, just about, way back in the day, right?
In the 60s.
Yes. You go now, right? You'll have these exact people tell you, be like, oh, I got my house way back when and this and that. And then they spend leftover money and inheritances that could be going to us or could be going to other land on golf clubs and resorts. So I don't know necessarily even if it's just a stock market thing. I think it's also like a financial literacy. I don't think it existed back then.
Hold on, Fly. GA, hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Let GA jump in. Get GA.
Yeah, I respect doctor's ideology about the outlook on it, because I spent a lot of time on stages and in forums with people that have a different concept from where I come from in the financial markets. And in my experience, it doesn't, I'm going to take myself personally out of it because actually it doesn't affect me that way. But for the whole, when you think of the whole of the voting public of America, the voting population, they are woefully financially unintelligent. And what people really don't understand, I just had this conversation with somebody yesterday that actually called me, and they were in a tight spot with their particular home. Most people don't understand that the whole idea or marketing of the American dream, it was a marketing propaganda that started by the banks to make money. Banks don't make money unless they actually loan money. They don't make money by holding it. They make money when they loan it. When they loan it out to people and they get interest back, they take $1 and loan it out 9 times, they make money then. Holding money, they make no money. So this was just like the De Beers family. Nobody cared about an engagement ring until they said that everybody needed to have one. Nobody cared about a cell phone until Steve Jobs said that we needed to have one. It's the same thing. And what's so sad to me, like I said, doesn't affect me personally because of what I do and how I've set up my life. But the fact of the matter is, people will be a slave to their debt to income ratio. And it fortifies the floor of the top 1% and fortifies the ceiling of the middle to lower class. They will be a slave to that. And the thought process that we have such in this country, such a lack of self-esteem, that we think home ownership is a come-up. And that propaganda will invariably depress and economically assault people that are unintelligent and don't understand how to leverage an asset and tie their emotions to it.
Gee, I agree with everything you're saying, and for me, my personal opinion, it's kind of predatory, right? Because they know people are unintelligent, they're not financially literate, and all these systems that are in place are going to be predatory.
It's 2008 all over again,
Well,
JB.
because we're stuck. Hold on, fly. Hold on 1 second. I promise I'll get right to you. But gee, I have a very important question that's off topic. How could you be a Giants fan, bro? I'm very.
You know what?
I reached out to you and talked some money business, and then I saw that I was like, yo, I can't trust it.
Hey man, it's not my fault. 2 out of my 4 daughters were born on Super Bowl Sunday. Both times they were born 2 years apart. Giants were in the Super Bowl and they won. And my dad was a Giants fan, so that's where it
I'm just busting your chops, bro. I'm a lifelong Jets fan.
I know.
I'm ashamed to even mention that. Talk about being literate. I'm a moron. Harry Balzac, what a pleasure it is to have you on my stage. How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Going great, man. I know you want to chime in. You are a Trumper.
I just want to say I feel bad for both of you guys for being Giants and a Jets fan. That's very hard.
I take your sympathy and
we take your condolences, Harry. Thank you.
Yeah, the Giants, I don't know, they haven't won a Super Bowl since like the early 2000s, so yeah, they haven't been relevant since then, but yeah, no, I understand.
Jets haven't made a Super Bowl since before I was born. How about that?
They almost beat the Patriots the other night, so that was good. Almost.
That's their slogan. New York Jets - almost.
That's a jersey, JB.
Just end the season. Just end the suffering. I can go on and on. Anyway, Harry, what do you think about what we're talking about with Donald Trump, the 50-year mortgage, all the bullshit that's going on in this country?
Well, I think that, if you want to buy property in the United States, I think it's actually a good thing because at the end of the day, you're going to be paying somebody else's mortgage if you're renting. That's how I see it, right? So I told myself, like, if I buy property, at least I'm paying my own mortgage and not somebody else's mortgage. 50 years, and that's somebody's option if they want to do 50 years, depending on their finances and all that. But also, it's all on the person of where they want to buy their property. Now, if you're buying in an upcoming area where equity in your house is growing, then I think that's a great idea. No one says that you have to sit there for 30, 40, 50 years and pay your mortgage off. If you make the right type of equity on your property and it's the right time to sell, then you should sell and take that equity and then, buy a property somewhere else or do whatever you want to do with that, right? Now it depends on your property taxes. It depends on, where you live. So there's a lot of other factors than just a mortgage, I would say. Now, of course, when you're going to the bank to ask for the mortgage, you want to make sure that you actually can afford the payments on your mortgage before, signing any paperwork. That's how I see it. So at the end of the day, it's on the person, that's making that decision.
Harry, respectfully, I'm keeping it real with you, man. You're asking people to have common sense in a society that vastly lacks common sense. Like, read the paperwork before you sign it. People get so caught up in, oh my God, I'm going to have a house. They don't read the fine print. And that's, like I said earlier, Harry, I don't know if you're in the room, America sorely lacks financial literacy. We just do. It's not taught, and people aren't interested in it. And then it bites them in the ass. Get fly.
I mean, and just because it's super on the nail with that, JB. Think about it. 1950s through 1990s, Harry. How many? I would say, I don't want to say literal Bitcoin because you know how people are on the internet. They mess up your literal terms, but Bitcoin-like situations. No, I'm saying Bitcoin-like situations where you did it the right way, you could probably have money that would grow, right? They bought multiple properties at that time, probably have a lot more money and a lot more growth. I think America would also be a lot more literate because it would have been passed on, right? But again, at that time period, like JB said, people would see the contract, buy the house, spend that 50,000, 60,000 at the time, and that was it. And then they would bury money under the ground and think that would grow, right? So when you look at where we're at, what JB is saying, the financial literacy is it's a generational thing, and we have to break the cycle.
But Fly, let me just say this real quick. I apologize. Let me just say this. We have to break the cycle, but the systems that are in place or getting put into place, and I'm just going to use the 50-year mortgage as an example, really are put in place to hold the underprivileged down. It promises them everything and delivers nothing. This 50-year mortgage is going to really impact the black community, the underprivileged communities that really just want to live the American dream. I'm telling you that before 2008, all these mortgages was given out on the promises of this and promises of that, and then you know what happened? The market crashed. And all these people that were made all these promises, now they had to figure it out. GA, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fly, you bring up the 1950s, 1930s, 40s, 50s. Here's the difference. The economic climate was vastly different because back in those times, a man could go get a job and work that job for 30 years, retire with a pension. I have clients that actually worked at Ford for 30 years back then, not in the 50s and the 60s, but they started working then. When they retired, they had a pension plan where they put in $1 and Ford put in $5. They retired millionaires. That economic climate and job climate no longer exists. So when the marketing banner was put out to America, own the American dream, they could buy a house for $50,000, $40,000. One person works in the house. They could have 5 kids, and that one income could sustain that house, sustain all of the bills, and he was guaranteed to keep that job for 20 or 30 years as long as he showed up. That is no longer the climate that we live in now. It is not the case. You have people with PhDs that are working at Starbucks. Real talk. So we can't even compare the two because everything in our economic climate and society has completely shifted. The average American actually has 7 places. They work 7 jobs before they even hit 65. It's just not the case. We don't live in that world, and it's not coming back. So to actually take an antiquated idea that applied back in, and I'm saying you're doing this, but with the 50-year mortgage, to actually say we're going to make, and I don't want to offend anybody, make America great again back in the Gilded Age with a 50-year mortgage and bring back the dream of American home ownerships. I'm sorry. That's saying I'm going to breathe Earth air while I'm living on Mars, and it just doesn't make sense.
Well, Well, I'll say this will make sense to me. Because you're a Giants fan, I won't let you handle my money. But dude, you are a sharp you are a sharp dresser. I will definitely hire you as my fashion consultant, man. You guys see this guy's his profile? You see these suits? This man's living his life.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your fashion designer. I need that phone number whenever you get a chance. I need some suits like that.
JB, can I ask you a question? Well, two questions. Because I know the joke you're gonna make. Anytime I say, "Can I ask you a question?" But have you ever heard of Levittown, New York?
Yes, I live about 30 minutes from there.
Little boxes, ticky-tacky little boxes. So again, when that town was built, we had a different attitude, towards leisure, and we had a different attitude towards luxury. I'll land there. Okay, the reason why a lot of people are in the predicament that they're in is because they have prioritized keeping up with the Kardashians versus keeping up with their said mortgage.
Well, Adams, let me say this, man. Two things real quick. Levittown was built for what? Middle-class white people. If you were a black man coming home from World War II, your GI loan or GI, whatever the fuck they were going to give, didn't apply to you. You weren't welcome in Levittown. That's one thing. And second thing, Americans have champagne taste with beer pockets. And that's a fact.
And that's my whole point. Let's talk about how the housing crisis in 2008 happened. Yes, one part of the story was that there were people who were mortgaging homes on stated loans. Let's bring the bank photoshopped, bank statements, and all of a sudden you qualify for a $500,000 home. Let's also talk about the people, my parents' neighbors, where they bought low, they understood the assignment, bought coastal, and, the prices went through the roof. A lot of those people, use their homes as ATMs. The kid wants a super sweet 16 birthday party. By the way, there's a correlation between some of the parents that were on that show and them actually being broken or otherwise bankrupt today. And, just using the home and calling the lender and, taking out $50,000, $60,000 to, have this extravagant party and put a luxury car in my kid's driveway. I mean, this is how the 2008 market crash happened. That's literally how it happened. And what's crazy is the same homes that I saw on the market, back then, are now coming onto the market today with a vengeance. I mean, some of these agents really have some balls. Your house didn't sell in 2005 for $64 million. Now you have it on the market for $85 million. And the price is just dropping and dropping and dropping every month after month. So go and look at what these homes are for sale for, and go and look at the price history and what they're actually sold for. It's gonna paint you a very bigger picture. The market is 30% higher than it should be. In certain places in America that are carrying the biggest mortgage burden in the country. It's a problem.
But Adams, Fly, I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me just say this, man. There's no regulations for these large corporations to buy blocks and blocks and blocks of houses, right? So since there's no regulations, this is a supply and demand thing. They buy these houses and they sit on them. They don't put them up for sale. They don't rent them out. They just sit there, gathering dust, getting raccoons in the attic. I think one of the things with the housing market, it's just my opinion, there has to be regulations or limits on what these corporations can buy, and open up the supply part of the supply and demand. Fly, go ahead.
I'm just gonna just add a percentage out there. Boomers are 20% of the population and own 51% of total wealth.
Thank you, Fly. GA?
Yeah, with the 2008, that's would have, I was still on Wall Street at that time. In 2008, I was still on Wall Street, and that's what terrifies me about the time that we're living in now. Because if you understand exactly what happened during that time, it was predatory lending, because there was people that were actually given mortgages that never should have been given mortgages due to deregulation, which is the exact thing we're doing right now. We're deregulating the market, and what happened is all of those major banks actually insured those mortgages with AIG. Once AIG tumbled, when they defaulted because the line was actually shot because they could not hold the line because people were actually defaulting when they never should have gotten those mortgages in the first place, but it was bad debt all the way around. Now Henry Paulson had to shut them in a room on a Saturday and say fix it because they saved one, but they wouldn't literally save. They saved Bear Stearns, but wouldn't save Lehman Brothers because he was a complete dick. And he wouldn't actually take Warren Buffett's deal to pay out because he was like, we're worth $64 a share, da 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 da, and he just would not take it. So they had to divvy up that bad debt. That was due strictly to deregulation, and those people shouldn't have been let in homes. And this is my gripe with the 50-year mortgage. People are going to be let into homes that should not have any business in them in the first place, to feel good about themselves and to feel like they've accomplished something.
But Gee, I'm going to make a statement and tell me what you think about it. It's just my opinion. The government should have never bailed out any of the banks. The government should have not bailed out the auto industry. I understand why they did it. Doesn't mean I agree with it. Do you disagree with that statement?
I don't think they should have bailed out the auto industry because the auto industry is going to die regardless. I don't think that Henry Paulson was between a rock and a hard place. And he initially said for the first 3 times when it was actually given to him for the government to infuse government capital, he said no, which was the right answer. But after the dominoes started falling, they could not afford for all of the top 7 to crash. And I think
you said, but let me just say this, don't even mute up. They bailed out Bear Stearns. Where's Bear Stearns today?
Gone. Trash. Gone. Done. They're trash. I mean, let me say it like this. They don't exist in the way that they did exist.
I didn't bail out Bear Stearns. What are you guys talking about? They didn't fail.
No, they didn't. They didn't bail out Bear Stearns, but the dominoes, the pendulum was with Lehman Brothers. That was the issue. Here's what I think should have happened. First of all, and they did pay back the money. They did pay back the money, right? If Ifiani, they did pay back the money.
Well, yeah, I mean, they let the banks fail. Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers. It was acquired up by JP Morgan Chase, and JP Morgan Chase sort of kind of like dispersed the assets and maybe incorporated it into their own business and things of that nature. Right. They worked. The Federal Reserve was key in bailing out the economy because this was like an economic situation. They made loans available to Chase that was super cheap. That gave them the ability to then go into Bear Stearns and sort of cobble up the assets.
Right. It was kind of what they did to SVB. They cobbled up the assets in this sense. And that's my point is that, to your point, JB, I fundamentally believe there was not an alternative because of the lack of understanding of the average American voter. Because if you understand finances, the consumer confidence actually drives market forces in ways that I don't want to say can't be manipulated, but has to be driven with a tenuous hand. Yeah. So you get what I'm saying, Efiani? Yeah, for sure. They had to do something because you don't want to run on the banks. You can't do that. You can't.
Definitely not.
Right. So they were caught between a rock and a hard place. I don't envy Henry Paulson. I don't envy him at all, but I think he was stuck against the wall, and that's all that was.
Yeah, literally. And it happened again in 2020. You would hear Jerome Powell say it in his conferences that they have to cross red lines. I'm like, how do you say that? And everybody's like, oh, everything's just nice. Everything's just calm. Dude, that dude created or spawned into existence lots of the wealth the country had created from the beginning of the country up until 2020. Half of it, that's about $4 trillion pumped it into the markets. To restore liquidity because the world shut down. People got scared. People were spending, which means a disorderly bond markets, which is not good for the country. So literally created a whole bunch of money with quantitative easing and started buying like long-dated assets, mortgage-backed securities, and things of that nature. They've been unwinding all of that right now.
Let me jump in here for 2 seconds, guys, because I have to say good morning to First Lady Chi, an OG on this app, one of my favorite people, and Dr. Jasmine Love, my favorite person on this app. Good morning, ladies. How you guys doing today? We're gonna go popcorn style, grab the mic. Great conversation going. I'm probably gonna close the room in a little bit because I have a real life to get to. But man, GA, man, you drop bomb after bomb after bomb. Ifeanyi, same thing. Great conversation. Just want to thank you guys.
Hey man, I appreciate you, JB. I got to run to a meeting actually now, and I didn't realize it was 11:01. I'm supposed to be in there 10 minutes ago, but I enjoyed it as always, man. I'll see you next week, bro.
Absolutely. Anybody want to jump in? If not, I'm going to close it down, and I recommend that you guys go to Uncle Steve's room. Always a good conversation over there. Unless Harry's going to open the room, go to his room. Anybody want to jump in?
I just wanted to say, what do you think about all these emails being released? Do you think that any of these will be actually permissible in court? JB, anybody?
I think Donald Trump could take an AR-15 in the middle of Times Square and get away with it.
Yeah, but you know that the email that they redacted the name from, that name that they redacted was Virginia Giuffre, who actually came out and said that Trump actually did no wrongdoing, and she had nothing, that she could say that he did. So I'm, and I fought. My friend and I, his cousin is a big Trump hater, and we fought within the last couple of days about it, to the point where he had to resort to personal attacks. So I just wanted to, get other people's opinion on this.
Here's my opinion. I don't know about the emails. I think the British government killed Virginia Giuffre, and I think Donald Trump's government killed Jeffrey Epstein. That's my opinion.
So you think that he was killed underneath Trump's first term is basically what you're saying?
I believe Donald Trump put the pieces in place to make sure Jeffrey Epstein did not see the light of day.
For one woman saying that, and one woman saying he didn't do anything don't mean jack shit. I mean, there's a pattern, there's a history.
Yeah, but I could say the same thing about an email.
Hold on. Because, you came up here and tried to make it seem like, oh yeah, this one lady said, nothing happened. One lady.
That was the lady's name that was redacted in the email.
I didn't cut you off.
That was the lady. I wasn't finished, but that was the lady's name that was redacted in the email. So it just wouldn't make sense to say, hey, this email proves everything that we're trying to say about Trump. Yet the name that was redacted was the lady that said nothing. He did nothing wrong.
Harry, let me just say this before I go to Divine. This lady, Virginia Giuffre, who was the biggest sounding board for these survivors, also got paid close to $30 million, just decides to kill herself. It doesn't make sense, bro. She was making headway. She was a voice for survivors, and she had come into millions of dollars, and she kills herself? Bro, come on, Harry, you common sense yet. I know that doesn't make sense to you. But let Divine jump in. Divine?
I have to say, we're good. And shout out to you, JB. I've been listening all morning. It's good to wake up to some good discourse, and good to see you. I don't know if you left or what. I don't know why I had to cash in a pink ticket, but great voice, great content, and appreciate you. That was the real reason I came up, because I know you're shutting down. Thanks.
You shut anything down. It's all a bunch of bullshit, and none of that is going to be permissible in court. But it's another Russia 2.0, Russian collusion 2.0. You guys will sit here and make all these claims, and nothing's going to be permissible in court. And the funny part is that there's like this one. I looked through some of these pages in the 20,000 pages that the House Republicans released. That's funny. I don't know why the House Republicans would release 20,000 pages, but it's funny how they only found 3 emails out of all those emails that had Trump's name, and one of them was Trump sucked off Bubba, and saying that they want to make the claim that Putin has pictures of Trump giving head.
Harry, let me say this. Even if it saw the light of day in a court, because Donald Trump has packed the Supreme Court with his people, it wouldn't matter. He's getting away with it. There could be video evidence of him having orgies with underage girls, and the Supreme Court was still going to rule in his favor. Listen.
Nah, that's a little bit extreme.
Hold on, let me finish real quick. Let me say this. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's. I think he's a megalomaniac, but Donald Trump played the game. Now, other people, Democrats, libertarians, whoever you may be, you got to figure out how to move chess pieces and not checker pieces. Because right now, Donald Trump could call checkmate, and he's going to win. That's my opinion. Guys, I got to go because I have in real life. Let me say goodbye to Ash. First Lady, love you. Guys, have a great day. Be safe. Be nice to each other. It's free to be nice.
Take it easy, JB. Have a good day.
You too, guys.
Number two, narrative shift has to happen first. The narrative shift has to be supported by
the cheap supply. Now they gotta economically compete globally. And that's where America wins. We have a superior product, and now we're going to have a superior product at a lower price because we'll just outprice you at the tariff side. People in America then have to decide which product to pay in the shelves. People externally on the ground in every other country have to decide which product will get purchased on the shelves. And if your tariffs are driving up the cost of these formerly cheap products, and now these cheap products are no longer cheap, the people buying the product are going to make a rational decision on which product is most beneficial to purchase.
Babe, I want to respond to this real quick, and then you can go. I just want to say that you have this so backward. It's not just you think that I don't know if you mistakenly said this or you saying it seriously. I'm not going to comment on what you're saying. American, the tariffs that Donald Trump implemented only work in America. For you guys who don't know that only works here. So that means, let's say if you have a company, even though it doesn't really work like this, but using her logic, right? Let's say if you have companies that are non-American versus companies that are American. She's right in the sense that tariffs are going to drive up pricing for the foreign competitors. But that price only is drove up here in America.
Absolutely BS.
That's not true, bro.
Not accurate. Not accurate.
That's not true. Can you hurry up, bro? Because you want to
Hold on. Let G Orges go, and then I'm gonna let Zoe's in his lane. So let G Orges finish, and then Zoe can.
Can I go after Zolu?
Yes, brother.
If Donald Trump places
Stop talking.
If Donald Trump places a tariff on China, all the products being imported from China is going to face tariffs. That means it impacts us here, okay? It does not impact China. China doing big. It does not impact China doing business with Canada. It does not impact China doing business with Australia. That is not how Donald Trump's tariffs work. Okay? Everything is not America. So what I'm saying to Professor is, when in her example, she's correct partially in that the foreign competitors.
15 seconds, gorgeous. 15 seconds, bro.
No, don't give me 15 seconds.
Wait, what
Let it go on. You need thorough answers to these questions. What I'm saying is, she's partially correct in that the foreign competitors' price is going to increase here in America. And it might make the American-made product more appealing from a price standpoint. However, that means what happens when you have a price that is lower and there's more of a demand for that product? Then the American-based product is going to go up. So that's not going to be good for the American consumer. That has a cascading effect on the rest of the economy because that means pricing is going up. It drives inflation. So inflation, we've all agreed during the Biden years, it's not good for the economy, right? It's still not good for the economy today. So even though you may, quote unquote, call yourself solving one thing where you're making the American product, even though that's not how it will work, because this is not an apples to apples thing, because like I already told you guys, American companies also use products or materials from other countries. They also import. If I'm building a car, that may be a piece that I need from China to build my car that I can only get from China. There may be a raw material that I can only get from a foreign country. So that means if my prices go up as an American company, I'm going to increase my prices. So it's not just that the American companies' prices are guaranteed to be cheaper than the foreign prices. All companies are impacted by this. This is why this is bad economic policy. So it's not, you guys, I don't know if you guys just misunderstand. Some people may misunderstand how tariffs work, what Donald Trump's power actually is. But they do not extend, they don't extend beyond America.
Are you guys going to talk about the Republican Civil War? This shit is so fucking lame.
Yeah. All right, Zoe responding.
Talk
You
about
guys
that.
go back to the title.
Yeah, I can't even talk about that.
I'm gonna keep it real brief. I think what the Republicans on stage is trying to do is trying to deflect with the tariffs convo to not really talk about this divide amongst MAGA when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the Epstein files, when it comes to Candace Owens versus Ben Shapiro, Marguerite Terry, what's her name? Something Green, Taylor Green.
Marjorie.
And yes, and what's recently been going on. Let's speak on the MAGA Civil War after this. Let's pass it to Zoe. Zoe, do you think?
Yeah, real quick, I'll toss this about that whole Civil War. It's all over. Just like the Democrats are having their Civil War, Republicans are having their Civil War. It's basically extreme versus extreme right now. Instead of having centrist politicians, we have a lot more extreme politicians on both sides of the aisle, and it's becoming a problem. But to follow up on what G1 is saying, he's not entirely wrong, right? And he's not entirely wrong. Is that when I travel this world in 2025, prices are up everywhere. It's not just prices are up in the U.S. Anytime that tariffs are enacted or this tariffs war, what's going on, every country feels it, because if I'm selling you something for more money, best believe I'm going to sell the other guy the same damn thing for more money. And when you start watching more news from various sources that are international, you'll get a better sense that it's not cheap anywhere. It's not cheap in Canada. It's not cheap in UK. It's not cheap in France. It's not cheap. It's